Mm-mm-mm. Hello, hello. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Hope you're doing well today. It is Thursday. What a wonderful day. Got a little bit behind on some of our other stuff, but we're going to make up for some lost time today. Yeah, so I'm rocking the rose to help elevate the mood, and then, got the mic right there. Wonder if I need to put my crackle thingy on. You know what that is? Crack. I don't know. It helps prevent pops, I guess. Cool, cool, cool. Anyway, so we're going to take a look at the blanks here, and then we shall begin turning. Uh, yeah, I don't have a whole lot of time to mess around, because we've got these, and then we've also got some other upcoming ones. Let me show you some of the ones that are the heavy finish right quick. Let's hop over here to the other camera. Let's see. Sorry, this one needs to be spun around. There we go. Look at that. And I got the little iPad thing going on in the back. Okay, let's hop over here. There we go. So here's what we're looking like right now. These are really, really nice. You know, the other thing, this might be the best camera angle I've found. For this one, to like be able to show uh, the blanks especially. But yeah, we're calling these Sunken Treasure. You kind of have like the blue for the ocean, and the treasures are the gold and all the flakes and hollow stuff. So pretty cool. As blanks, they are looking like this here. The shimmer in these is just crazy. When you look at the different shimmers in some of the stuff, it's crazy because you can see like how fine some of the stuff is. So it's pretty neat. You take a look at it like that. Oh, we'll wait. We'll do you later. But you can go watch that other video that I sent. I know you want to have some time to talk about where you've been. Huh? No? Alright, well, that's what I'm saying. Give it a little bit of time. I'm just getting the ball rolling. Maybe I should have delayed like 5 minutes. I don't know. But, oh well. You like the rose? Thanks. Alright, but yeah. Uh, I mean, I'll just begin working, and once we start hitting some more engagement and stuff like that, then we'll swap it over. You could put a little note in Bewares if you wanted to. You don't have to. And I could have done it too. Right. I think I might have to update my OBS for this chat window to appear how it's supposed to. It's annoying. Yeah, man. That's what we want right there. Okay. Let's see if I can collapse this a little bit and then put the other pop. I don't. I think male. Okay. There we go. Check that out. That. Make this back a bit. It feels like I haven't streamed in a little while. I didn't stream at all last week. Abby was out of town. Well, maybe I did a little bit. But I was working on, let's see, here we go. Good. More folks. There we go. There we go. Without further ado, I reckon we'll just hop right into it. I saw somebody talking about that yesterday, and they're like, well, when you say without further ado, that means that it should be concluded, not you're about to get started. Now, I don't know if anybody can confirm that, but that's what I heard. Thought it was kind of funny. Pretty good, pretty good. Alright, these are the blanks we're working on. Sunken Treasure. What a good camera angle. I hope I can keep it like this. Oh, I wouldn't be able to. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, what did I call this? Sunken Treasure blanks? Okay, I called it what it was. Yeah. Oh, that was gonna be my tip. Just a tip for some other turners that use EasyWood tools. But I'll do that later. Boom. That is hot. Let me go chill this off a little bit. Just grabbing some ice for my coffee, my hot coffee. Is that a thing? People do that? Or is it just me? Yeah, I think I emailed that link to you. That's the only way you can watch it. Sweet. So, let me write down a little tip, because thinking about it, if I do my explanation of what's happening today at the very beginning, then people won't be able to really know what I'm doing, you know? So I should probably have that in a place that you can also see on the board. So maybe the board or something else. So intro. Okay. That makes sense, right? You know, remember that people cycle in and don't necessarily hear the introduction to the video or the stream or whatever. So between the title and then maybe something in the background indicating what said stream was about would be the best way to go about it. Yeah. But that's just kind of fine-tuning stuff, really. It's going to be warm today as well, so keep a little bit of air going. Sunken Treasure blanks. That's speed. That's good. All right, time to turn Morty on and then get to it. Anybody seen the Scoochie Gouge? The Scoochie Gouge. This is a standard shape for me. But we'll try the Scoochie Gouge. Kind of see that the profile is a little similar as far as carbide goes. So, kind of interesting. This is a little steeper, so you could shallow that angle if you really want to make it even more like a carbide. But you get the joy of having the high-speed steel. I still don't really, I haven't spent much time with it, but doing it, it is more like a high-speed steel tool with, you have to put like the bevel onto it and everything. Whereas the carbide, I don't really feel like I need to do that. Now, it could be because this tool is low. Let's fire up and see what that does, if anything. Wow, we're really high now. Alright, get no vibration. Let me change that. A little bit lower. Hop on this side and see what we're looking at. So ride the bevel, tilt it towards which way you want to go. That's how we turn, right? Making some weird shapes. Ooh. Typically, I don't use steel, but that's kind of fun. So on one hand, this was to be like a nod at some of the people that were so anti-carbide for a wood lathe because of how easy it was to learn and use and everything. And so I found this. Well, initially I didn't think it existed, but a little Google search and it does. But I started making something that was similar to it. But anyway, the whole point was to, kind of show that the shape of the carbide scraper on the EasyWood tools is on par with like this thing, so kind of interesting. A lot of people dig like the bolt gouge and whoa, it's been so long. The bolt gouge, the skew, the roughing gouge, that's the one I was thinking of. Man, this is gonna take forever for me. Alright. Oh, here we go. Back in action with the carbide. There you go. Somebody could let me know how the audio sounds, like when I'm talking and then when I'm not talking. The intent was to not have too much machine sound, but not a problem when it was picking up just my voice. So it's hard to figure these things out and test them. Or fine tune, I guess. It'd be hard. It's hard to fine tune. You have to make a little clip, then play it back, hear it how you think it wants to be heard, and then go back and do it again after you make the adjustments. I think we might be. Oh. Let's take a look. That took a long time with the Scoochie gouge. Maybe I'll save that for wood. That way you can do like a cleaner pass, perhaps, and then have to sand less. So maybe that's the trade-off that you would end up getting for carbide versus steel. Anybody got thoughts on that? I know a lot of people are like, nope, steel all the way because it comes off and you barely have to sand. Okay, all right, but here's a different thought. Are you saving time, for one? And even if you were proficient with either of them, you know, I still kind of think you may or may not be proficient. Well, you'll be proficient, but you will have more efficiency, I think, one way or the other. And I'm talking like in a perfect world where you have as many carbide tools as you want and many steel tools as you want. I just think that it's possible that you take the best of either or both. Either. You take the peak of either one, yeah. And then you get like practice or whatever. And then you have to see which one ends up being faster with a comparable skill level of everything. So like best with high-speed steel versus best with carbide, who's going to be faster and for how long? I mean, that's another interesting thing. Like, the shorter handles fatigue you more than longer handles? Probably. There's got to be something to be said about the weight on the back end as well. I don't know. These types of things keep me up at night. Oh, right. Yeah. Got some good rabbit holes that are turning relevant, right? That's where we want to keep it. Oh, I didn't write down that I have a Facebook group in my description, but I do. I wrote it on the board. Now, I don't know why it feels so much different, other than it being rounded or square, but it does not feel. So I could take this and go straight in and go back and forth. Not much of an issue, right? But I take this one and then I go about the same level and then I go back. You know what? It's sharper. That's why. The steel is sharper right now. Yes, that's what it is. Never mind. So I need to dull the steel a little bit more. It also kind of feels like it's got a little bit of a what's that overlay problem? Yeah. I'm having a day with words, man. The burr, that's what it is. The burr is what I'm talking about. But yeah, this thing is sharp, that's why. So I'll have to. Oh, I wasn't going to say that. That would have sounded weird. Well, I'll say it anyway. I'll have to play around with some wood before I get it to a point where I like it. I think I need to kind of dull it a bit before. That's how I use my carbides as well. I use them a little bit dull. That's a part of why I keep square blanks, because I'll use those to just make it a little less sharp. Kind of counterintuitive compared to what a lot of other people talk about. But yeah, I don't need sharp carbide. It's gotta be pretty sharp, but not like you look at it and it cuts you. But what I want is it to be like a pretty good edge and be durable. That's what I'm going for. Good solid edge and durable. And so once I get it to that point, I can bang out like 110 or so before I would need to do it again. Maybe 150. I think maybe 150 actually. Of varying sizes. They're about this size and then a little bit bigger and then a little bit smaller. Okay, so one of the problems that you might run into if you're doing something that's like this, it's only supported by like just that little bit right there. You'll run into problems probably where they're pushed together and you're going to get vibrations in the middle, especially if you're turning things a little bit thinner, and it just creates that overall weakness where you're pushing in between. It'll eventually potentially bow, or also when it's spinning, it'll spin, but there's that part in the middle, just like a jump rope kind of thing, that it will potentially have slight variations of that. The jump rope is an exaggeration of what it would look like, but that's a potential, I reckon. Hmm. There we go. But because of all of that as well, I start at the middle because it does get more sturdy on the outside. So rather than turning it on the outsides and then moving towards the middle, so then that would be kind of skinny and potentially mess it up. But you know what? The different materials probably behave a little differently. I've also had the let's see, did I have it worked out with wood or something where I was using a piece of wood and it was not that big of a deal, but it was kind of like on one side it was turning, but then on the later side it was probably about a very small rotation off by the time you get to the other end. I guess that's interesting. How would you see that? It's a high-speed camera, I think. You could draw a line on a piece of material, and then we'll be able to see the material like slightly torque. Not twerk, torque. Where it like yoink, but then, so if it's spinning, it'll start to where that's going, but then if you have something that's actually engaged on cutting it, it'll cause that side to like have a little bit of a lag. So you can make the pen time travel a split second. Time traveling pen, huh? Which reminds me, I don't know if anybody's heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson, but pretty sure he's like an astrophysicist, but he also likes fountain pens, which is pretty darn cool. And if you've ever heard of Big Boot on pens, he is a YouTuber that does reviews on all kinds of fountain pens and other writing instruments. I think he had the ability to chat with him, which is pretty cool. Another one of the things about the glitters is if they land like right on the surface, then it can look like it's got a little chip out or a bubble or something like that, but it kind of makes it a little less convenient, I would say, in some cases. But you just have to sand circumferentially until you get that outermost layer down to the bottom layer. Let's see, so we got, I should have wrote this down somewhere too, but I've been working on a series, video series, like about making your first bespoke pen. The first three parts. I guess I should have clarified that a little bit more too. So like the first three part pen, doing your own threads and everything. Let's see. Yellow. You gotta be scared. Got a copyright strike? Uh-oh. Dust collection is gonna need a little strengthening up quick. That'll be a quick thing though. No problem. It'll be a quick fix, no problem. But yes, I'll have to put a note for my peeps that like fountain pen stuff, and if they're interested in making one, I'll have a video series that I need to voice over. Well, I can actually do the first one already, but I was going to try to release them all close together. It's a 6-parter. So, but they're short, because I know people have really been, like to get to the point of things sometimes, and they don't want to mess around with the stuff. So I reckon my other video has done well enough to indicate that that is what I should be going to record. And so because of that, you start building your routines around stuff like that, because that's what you should do if you're listening to the people and paying attention to details and stuff like that. So there. Success leaves clues. Sorry, it was tough to say. Success leaves clues. Whew. If you didn't know that, now you do. You'll always find something from the previous experience you had, even if it's just something as benign seeming as patience, whether it's with yourself or your skills or whatever. Hey Abby, how does the stream sound? I don't know how it sounds. Hopefully it's not too loud. I did mess around with the settings, but I thought it would make it better. Everybody else is holding out on me, not letting me know. Okay, it sounds good even with the machines and everything? Thank you. Everybody else is holding out. They're like, man, he'll just ramble all day, won't he? And, he'll figure it out. Thanks. I think I can even edit while I'm going. But that's so right. Let me readjust this a little bit so I can get the fan blowing. Aha. That's what we And let's see, I don't remember what I was talking about. That's all right. We'll find another lane here in a minute. We'll find something else. Or we won't. We'll just have a nice long awkward silence. I suppose that's an option too. This thing is going to be something a little different, but this time. It can also happen because of too much, what I call drag, but just because there's too much of the blade on contact, I think. That's what I'm going to go with. I think that's what causes it. I usually use it as, you know, sideways like that. Let's see. And then this is kind of what I was thinking about before, which kind of already exists, but it's like a modified skew scraper thing. But we got some room for errors on here, so. I'm going to sacrifice a little efficiency and time, but you know, that's how you learn, I guess. Get the feel of it. See, I still really want to turn it the same. Just like the other carbide. But I haven't thought about all the different geometry that it could be introduced to yet. And it's also a pretty big round part there that you don't take a scraper and do anything like this. So maybe it's a little too wide. But you can really get into some tight spaces with this, which is pretty neat. Some good codes. Come on, now, get in there. Right. So, it looks all right. Alright, I'm going to have to come back to that, but look at the outside view. Well, I'm trying to use it how I use the round carbide to determine if that's an effective way to do it. But then you can also use it like the bowl gouge and kind of angle your way to where you're trying to go. It's taking a lot less material off. So I might need to try this on some wood. And then lastly, oh man, this thing, everybody's favorite. They want to be good with it, but man, it likes to be the biggest pain it can be. So I guess just trying to find my bevel and then shaving it down to like it immediately blocks my view. Okay, so I'm gonna take this, we'll go right here. And yes, and go this way. So this is kind of just how I use the round carbide, you know. Don't run away from me like that. It came in a little too steep, I think. Nope, that wasn't it. Coming at the angle I'm coming in, it's weird. I wonder if I'm too close. Who knows? Alright, this is just how I used to do it. I used to use it as a scraper. And it actually did pretty good for profiling like this. At least for me. I mean, I'm sure other people way better than I am at the steel. Maybe I will find one of those people and they will hang out with me and show me the ways. Yeah, let's try to finish this. Ooh, yeah, we are not looking symmetrical quite yet, are we? Yeah, we're working the heel, I think, is yet. Oh, that's like straight in. Angle's all wrong. But yeah, when I first got into turning, I was like, oh my gosh, this thing is the coolest. And so I was determined to get good with it, and then it just was not happening. And I was having a candle burn on both ends to where I had to learn, and then I had to start being able to produce enough to have some sort of income, and whew, it was not good for me. So this looks mediocre. I'm gonna have to reevaluate where I am at, with like what my thoughts are about it, or maybe I need to rearrange my thinking about the skew. And some things you don't really know why they work the way that they do. It's just they do. I suppose that you could learn eventually, but you'd have to be really persistent in wanting to know about that particular thing. For example, like, why does everybody turn like this with the with the round carbide with a square back, with a flat back round carbide? I pretty much never have it flat except for like a very metal or something. Every other time it's just sideways, and I'm using it like I was showing you how I use the I don't even know what you would call this, but this tool, kind of like a gouge scraper. Scoochy gouge is already occupied. There's another thing that's called the spindle master too. I was about to get that so I could compare all three. They're all very, very similar. I didn't know really what to expect from it. A little out of the budget right now for research purposes at least. Sometimes it's fun to have a little bit of a research and development budget so you can try out new things, and kind of like in some way it's like reinvesting into your business by investing in yourself, by accumulating more knowledge about certain things. So it was an idea that was had. You investigate the idea to determine if it's actually going to be worth continuing to pursue, and you try to find that as early as often, or early as possible, I mean. And that's just kind of how we would save yourself as much money on just determining if something's worth pursuing. So I do think that this tool might be getting dull, so I'm gonna try one more, see what it does, and then I might have to switch over. But on the other hand, it could be because of this between the glitter and then the runaway tool a couple times at the end there. Yeah, well, alright, we're gonna honeycomb it and call it good. Does anyone start their honeycombs in the middle? Or does everyone start their honeycombs in the middle? I used to, and then I started doing them offset. And then I just found that to be a little easier. Offset meaning like the middle is actually in the middle ring, right? But I don't know why I do that. It just ended up becoming what I did. And it's not like it takes more or less time either way, because I still have to do 6. I guess it wouldn't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I suppose it would be 5. Hey, what's up, Ben? How you been, man? I've been AFK. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. I don't know how far back we've missed, but I have not yet enjoyed the Scoochie Gouge. I haven't tried the Spindle Master yet, though. But yeah, the Scoochie Gouge, I'm gonna need to spend more time with it. So I'll probably never get better at it until I do schedule. But yeah, man. How are things? Is it a good time to buy a one-way yet? I haven't been paying attention. What is this? Yeah, okay. Oh, Ben, did you were working on a project, I think, before. How far has that come along? Or is it completed? All right, we got some parents out there. Anybody? We got some parents? Trying to get the a community thought about something. So, my kid likes to go over to her friend's house and play. which is awesome. The kid, who is like 10, is the translator for the mom. And so she had no way of telling the time. And so I told her to be home at a certain time, but she was home 15 minutes late. And I asked her why, and it was because she couldn't ask her mom, and the other kid had to wait for her mom to be able to tell her what time it was, because they didn't have a clock or something nearby. But she was only 15 minutes late, and so I'm thinking that it's going to be fine, you know. In the future, we'll probably need to have a watch for her to be able to tell time on her own. So kind of a thought thing. But yeah, you know, back in our day, it's a little different. I would play with my friend across the woods, and I would come home when my family either rang a bell. Wow, that sounds even funnier saying it out loud. Yeah, it would ring the bell, or the light would get, it would be getting dark, because I rode my dirt bike over there too. So I needed to make sure that there was a little bit of light when I went through the woods, because there's a lot of tree coverage and you need to be able to see really well. So, anyway, I'm sure everybody's got their when they were a kid story. But doesn't it seem like that's something that we might, I don't know, appreciate differently, or share with our little young ones, that it's a little different? Yeah, there you go. I like your style, Sean. Good to see you, man. But yeah, and that was the plan moving forward. So, sounds like we got a pretty good consensus. Anyway, so here's another one. So this also happened yesterday. And kids just walking all over me, I guess. Just kidding. A little bit of a misunderstanding, but here's how this one went. So my older daughter, she's 12, and she had friends come over, knock on the door, and say, "Hey, you want to go play?" or whatever. And so I handed her phone so she could go, and I told her to be back at 7. And so I guess she looked at her clock and was like, "Oh, that's in an hour." And so they, my daughter didn't set the alarm or the timer actually until she got over to the person's house, which basic math would tell me that it's about 10 minutes away, based on what time I told her and then what time she got home, if that was in fact the case, which is not unreasonable. So that's he said, "I thought you said an hour." And they said 7, which was in about an hour from when she left. So again, giving her the benefit of the doubt, but I clarified, hey, what this means is, when you, even if it was an hour, right? Even if it was an hour, you set your timer, which you shouldn't do a timer anyways, you need an alarm. But are going to set the hour when you leave, not when you get there, because I don't know when you get there. I know when you leave. I'll go straight military on them, back to military style, with the GOTWA. It's a military abbreviation for where you're going, others going with you, time, you'll be, what to do if you don't come back, and there's one more thing I don't remember off the top of my head. And I could have gotten a couple of letters mixed, but essentially that's the information that you're gathering. I've been out for a little while, okay? I don't remember all these things. Your dad whistled? That's awesome. Call when you leave. Hey, that's a pretty good one too. That's good. See, this is why, this is the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Right here. It's one thing to know of that, you know, but see, now that I have a specific story that's relevant for me to know some of the different tools, or a different scenario for me to have of various tools, then I can pull upon people's wisdom like yours, Sean. Thanks, man. I like your style with it too. Yeah. Fortunately, they don't really go through the road. They go through a pretty quiet neighborhood. But yeah, totally agree. Oh, Sean, I got a Facebook group now. I made one. Made a Facebook group, and it's pretty much people that are interested in making the making of the pins. So that's kind of the direction it's going to be going. And it is pretty much going to be pin or pin related is the intent. So have you seen where Dahmer lived? Well, I mean, there's a lot of things to consider. But yeah, I get you. But then again, you know, somebody like Leatherface, he was way out in the boonies. But yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer. I tried to watch that movie, man. It was not up. Well, let me not say that. It was not. Um, it was not what I wanted to watch. Yeah, I think the mind of those people is very weird and unusual, which is why it's interesting to watch. But not that. Not my. Not my type of movie. But yeah, did you ever watch that flick, or did you just kind of know the history of him? Or was it a show? It might have been a show, not a movie. I don't remember. Either way, might as well have been a one-time thing because I didn't want to see that again. Oh no 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 no! You're good. I'm not freaked. I'm not freaked out. I walk up and down my neighborhood smiling and waving at everybody, so. In Spokane, you drove by the house. Eek. Let's see. A buddy of mine lived pretty close to where Ed Gein was. Was he? Man, this is taking a dark turn, isn't it? Let me see. No. Oh, but I don't know. I don't know. I did some training out in Spokane. There was like 5 feet of snow when I was out there, so we had to go. We had to use snowshoes. Talk about miserable. Wearing a heavy pack and like, okay, you're kind of like your turtle shell, right? So when you go snowshoeing in survival school, you're going to be out there for a little bit, which means that you have to have all that stuff on you, all the stuff that you would want or need for an extended period of time. So, yeah, snowshoeing in 5 feet of snow is great training. So, but looking back on it, it's like, ooh, that was great. Let's never do that again, though. And I never had to. That was pretty cool. I did cross-country skiing after that. Not like, well, I guess technically professionally, because that was a part of one of the things that I had to do for my job. Does that count if it's a period in time that you have to do it? Huh. Maybe we're just splitting hairs now. Bunny boots. Yeah, we didn't call them that. But we did have a hand and arm signal for a dude that, poor guy, he could not stand up or walk to save his life. I don't know why he it's crazy, but he was walking and we had a hand and arm signal where we had to like, it's called a bump, but you're moving from place to place, and so you look back and you give the person the go ahead, and then they move. But this dude, he kept falling because once he got there, you're supposed to pass the message back forward. You're like, you pass it back once you get in position, you off the line, and then the person moves to the next one. He's like, come on, and then he's like, no, we can't. He fell over. So we had a hand and arm signal for that, just for him. Anyway, it's just fun. There's new types of stories. Cross country skiing was cool. I don't know if anybody's ever done that, but on the bottoms of your skis, you have what's called skins, which is kind of like, it kind of seemed like silicone on one side to grip the ski itself, and then it had angled fibers. It had angled fibers that went the opposite direction. So basically, if you were to try and push the ski backwards, that was the direction that the fibers were pointed, so they could grab the snow and actually propel you forward to help you move forward. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. We also did ice climbing, in Colorado. What a good time. You know what I like about ice climbing over bouldering? Is that the handholds and the footholds are the same every time. Because you're using your ice tool and your crampons on your boots. Yeah, kind of like fish scales. I've seen that variation as well. Sure, there's all kinds of weird designs for the same thing. Oh, pardon me. Sorry about that. Frank, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Are you a turner? All right, just a tip. If you do happen to start doing glitter and stuff like that, and you feel that there's something going off, or something that's like, I don't know, that's like a little flag that's sticking up, give it a feel, look at it, because there's a good chance that if you keep cutting deeper and deeper, you're never going to get to the end of it. So, just accept that you can't dig it out without ruining your project, and pass it over to the sand professional. Happy Friday Eve! I like your style. What happens on, you got a hot date? Got a hot date on Friday? But yes, thank you. You too. I used to use animal skin like cow. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if yes, pretty cool. Camping? What? That's awesome. Where are you out? East, west, north, south? That way I can kind of get an idea of the environment you're there. Been camping out in the desert, out in the woods, everywhere. It's fun. And I like to take my kids as well. And oh, dang, that's cool. Colorado mountains, that's so cool. Are you glamping or like camping in a tent? Either way, I'm not judging. It just seems I'd really like to go to Colorado and go skiing there. We have family friends that are, or not family friends. We have part of the family works out there as ski patrol. Pretty cool. But yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It's probably a good time too, huh? Because this Colorado gets really cold, but it also in the summer doesn't it get pretty warm? And then I guess if you go, depending on what the elevation is, a rule of thumb that I learned was every 1,000 feet up in elevation, it's about 3 degrees difference in temperature. And so that's just a way for you to kind of get an estimate. And I did test that on Mount Lemmon in Tucson when we went over spring break, and it was only a couple degrees off. What? Wow. That's so that's so impressive. Glad that you're still getting out doing that. That's awesome. You got a desert? Okay. But yeah, that's awesome. That reminds me of one of those. Yeah, never mind. Kind of cool. But it is awesome. Nice. All right. All right. I think I only have the ability to visit Colorado. I don't know if I've got the. I don't know if I can be a Coloradian. Coloradian? I don't know. I don't know how well I like the temperature there. I've only been there when it was really cold. I did snow and avalanche training. But yeah, once we move out west, we like the desert, and yeah, it won't be too far away at all. I haven't skied or snowboarded in a long time though. Been wanting to take my kids. And then Abby, my wife, she just got back actually from out west. Um, she did a trip with her dad. In fact, we can even do a little pause right now, and she can come over and chat about it, which is pretty fun. Hey, Abby, you wanna come? You wanna come talk? Okay. Yeah. She did a trip out west, and hot in the summer and snow in the winter. Never cool. I bet landscapers have to run their year-round stuff where one part of the year it's like the snow plows and the other part of the year it's grass and lawn care. That's cool. Will you turn Morty off, please? Thank you. We'll give you a better look here in just a second. I'll have Abby swap places with me so I can go refill my coffee cup. Let's see. Pitter patter, you. All right, let's hop over here. We'll just do the vertical scene. Here we go. Whoop.
Hello, hello.
I haven't met Broom Rider before.
Oh, well, I have. She's
going camping this weekend.
cool. Yeah, I was looking at some of the chat. Was kind of half paying attention while I was over there standing this week's pins.
What are you doing?
Looking something up. Anyways, yeah. So you live at the border of Utah and Colorado. Is that what you're saying? Thank you, Sean. I've got my my butterfly hair clip in. I have to put it up when I'm sanding because I don't want to lean over and get hair stuck in the lathe because that would be terrible. That would be just so bad. But yeah, so Colorado, Utah. I was just we flew into Vegas.
Just do that and then that when you need to switch over. I'm gonna go get myself some more cafe.
Okie dokie. I'm putting my phone where I can hopefully see the chat because I can't over there. What? If I look over there, then it's yeah, that'd be nice. I washed it. It's clean. That's as much as I did with it today because I knew I was going to be out here in the workshop sanding all day. But yes, I left last Tuesday My dad gifted me and my siblings each for Christmas a trip, like a long weekend trip somewhere in the US, and we could pick where we wanted to go and what we wanted to do. And my dad is somewhere who does not relax very easily. He likes to be doing stuff, like going and adventuring and all of that, which I like too. But I also love a good like lay on the beach, vacation. But so I went with something that was a little bit more along those lines because I know I was talking to John. I was telling him I think the last time I took a trip with just my dad, I was probably around our kids' age, like 8 to 12. So it's been a really long time since we've done anything just me and him because I have two younger siblings, a sister that's a couple years younger than me and a brother that's 8 years younger than me. But anyway, so we decided to go to Zion National Park in Utah and to do a couple days in Vegas because we flew in to Vegas and then drove down to or up. We drove up to Utah to do Zion National Park, and then the last couple days we spent in Vegas. Um, so it was so fun. We had a great time. We got really lucky and had perfect weather because we were there at the park, a little bit before all of the Memorial Day weekend people came, like that whole, it's because it started getting really crowded, and we were there where it was like 50, mid 50s in the morning, and it would heat up to 80 to 90 in the afternoon, then cool back down. So, because we just had such great weather, we, got up every morning, excuse me, and did a bunch of hikes and then, relaxed or went and did other stuff kind of around in the afternoon. Zion was beautiful. I have been, let's see, there's nothing that I've seen that kind of compares to it. I had never been to Utah. I had never been to Nevada. So those were two new states for me. As far as like surrounding states, I think we've talked about this. We lived in Arizona. And then I have family that's in Colorado. So I've seen like some of the surrounding states. Uh, Flying into Nevada and driving through the absolute middle of nowhere desert there was very interesting because where we lived in Arizona, which obviously is also desert, but it is the top of the Sonoran Desert where they've got the saguaros, Saguaro National Forest, and all that. And driving through this other part of desert that was so unlike Tucson's desert was really interesting. And then you get into, Springdale, the little town that's right outside the park. And then all of a sudden you're driving up and then it's green. Like all of a sudden there's trees everywhere and there's these beautiful plants. And you drive into the park and all of a sudden you're in this canyon and the walls are so tall that you can't even, like, no picture does it justice of how tall those sandstone walls are. So um, it was very cool. We had a lot of fun. We did a lot of the hikes. The only one that we really didn't do was the one that was called Angel's Landing, and you needed a permit to do that one because it was like, I think like a 1,500 elevation rise, and then on the ridge at the top of Angel's Landing, there's nothing. Like there's no rails, there's no chains, there's no nothing, and you're just walking, you know. And I was like, that's a little bit too much for me. We didn't do that, but we did do the Narrows hike because we checked the weather for the Virgin River runs through because they have to look at the water levels and if there's any other rain happening anywhere around. Now it doesn't even have to be happening there, but like anywhere upstream, because the Narrows hike you're hiking in the Virgin River upstream, and flash floods can happen like most deserts where the water will rise 10 12 feet and people die like when that happens. So like it's not an uncommon thing, but so we did this Narrows hike because it was supposed to be perfect for it. We rented the waders, rented the neoprene socks and the boots, and had our sticks, and it was amazing. It was so much fun. I was so glad we rented the waders because the people outside the park at the outfitters were like, "You won't need the waders. It'll be 90 tomorrow." But we got up early and went and did it, And we were some of the few people that had waders on, because all the people that didn't are like coming hiking out because they were so cold. The water's like, I think it said like 45 degrees, but it was amazing. Let's see. Did you have to make a reservation, Zion? I know lots of the parks are requiring it now. We, when my dad initially booked this, we did not have to make a reservation for the park, like for entering the park, but we did get to stay in the lodge there, which we did have to make reservations for. And typically for national parks, I know that those can be full like a year or two in advance. And what my dad did was just like called them back constantly until people like, I guess, dropped their rooms. So we did end up having to like move rooms a couple times, which is a little bit annoying, but it was so cool getting to stay in the park because the line like coming in to the park from Springdale, we passed it on our way out, and it goes on forever. People have to like fight to find parking. They have a free shuttle service, but like parking's expensive. And then yeah, so he didn't have to make a reservation for us to like actually be in the park, I don't think. But we did have to make the reservation for the lodge. So we did that most days, and we stayed outside the park one day and kind of did some drives and some of the hikes that were right outside the park before leaving and driving back to Vegas. But I loved Zion. I would absolutely go back. I spent the whole time going, oh my gosh, John and the kids would love this. They'd love these hikes. The vistas are just incredible, and it's so different to any other place that we've been, or that I've been anyways. And I still think, even for John, who has obviously done quite a bit more traveling because of the military and work and training than I have, I don't think they did anything in Utah. I know he did some training in Vegas, so he's been there. But yeah, it was really cool. I love the international, like there's so many international travelers that come to see our national parks as well. So we met all kinds of different people and got to sit in on some very interesting conversations because you're kind of shoved in these shuttle buses when you're being moved up and down the park to like the different hike entry points, and that was very interesting too. And yeah, then we went up to Vegas and had like like two very very opposite sides of the coin, from a national park that is in its near perfect like natural beauty, and all these people that most of them are, they're either there just to see the natural beauty, or they're there to like hike, which is, you know, just a different crowd. And then we got into Vegas, and immediately I'm like, oh my god, there's people everywhere. These people are out of their minds like all day, from the morning to the middle of the night. I feel like I almost saw weirder people and more uncomfortable situations like in the morning and during the day than I did even in the evening. And I want to say we did, I'm trying to think about how many miles. Like we probably did about 30 miles worth of hikes and walking in Zion. And when we got to Vegas, I'm like, cool, now we can like, you know, kind of relax and like go to a show, have dinner, see the casinos. And I didn't realize the sheer like size of the strip, or how long it was, or how much stuff is shoved into this like one street. And we ended up doing another like 20 miles over the couple days that we were there, just of walking. So I can say that I have walked into almost every single casino. We ate at some really cool restaurants, and we went and saw a Cirque du Soleil show on the last night. But for me, which is another kind of, you know, a little weird thing, I don't drink, not because of like I don't know. It's because it makes me sick. Like I am someone who I already have another chronic condition going on. But even before that, drinking made me just really sick and was like never worth it. So I don't really drink. I haven't ever gambled before, so that's not like why we're there. So it was mostly a lot of people watching and walking and getting to see some of the really cool spots. We went up in the Strat just at night to see, you know, all the lights, and yeah, it was really cool, very interesting. yeah, and you know, it's one of those things like it's not that obviously you or me or anybody has to justify why they don't drink, but it is one of those kind of interesting things because you know it for a lot of people became it's such a norm um, that it seems weird to not. You know what I mean? I know that's not necessarily the case anymore, but that's definitely how it used to be. But yeah, so it was fun, and Vegas was hot. Like we were lucky the day we got there, the high was like 82. That wasn't too bad, but when we were leaving, it was like 95. It's 95, and it's hot and gross and kind of stinky, and there's people everywhere. And I much preferred the national parks, but it was a fun experience, and it was different. And now I can say that I've been there and I've done that, and I'd go back with John if John wanted to do stuff there. But other than that, I don't feel a need to go back, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it was awesome. And I got back on Monday. I got back on Memorial Day, and then I'm like still trying to recover. So like I'm still tired because it was like 2 hours difference, and it was 3 hours difference, and then I went home and I'm like trying to get a bunch of work done. But let's see, messes with your meds for your autoimmune disease. So what I have, my chronic condition affects my bladder, and it is not an autoimmune condition, although it is like autoimmune adjacent. Um, Being that a lot of people that have other autoimmune conditions often can have IC, interstitial cystitis, which is what I have. I am very lucky that I've been tested and don't, at least at this time that we know of, have an autoimmune condition. However, I do have this adjacent thing. So yeah, most medications I'm on, you're not supposed to drink, but beyond that, it flares up my IC so much that it is literally just not worth it. Like by the time, because I've had like a drink, you know, or two in the last, you know, year or whatever, and it's just never worth it. The amount of like pain and discomfort that I am in from like one drink. And that goes for things that aren't alcoholic too. There's certain things that like I can't really eat. Like I can't really have orange juice anymore, which is another like weird thing because it's so acidic. It just like bothers it so much. Your sis has that. I'm sorry. I have probably had this for more than 10 years, but I only got a diagnosis about a year and some change. So it was nice to finally have a name for it, but then it was like another thing to like look into it and research and realize that, oh great, it's a lifelong chronic thing. It's not something that they can fix as of now. And that's been a huge part of my last year and struggle from like a hospitalization, like having to go to the ER because it was so bad, to multiple doctors. And I'm finally kind of getting things under control and is figuring things out of what works and what doesn't for me. But oh, excuse me. Anyways, that's about what I've done for the past week, and then got home and packed all of our packages and got started on this week's pin. Oh, that's lovely, John. John put a big butterfly clip in his hair too. It's manageable with time and knowledge. Yes, depending on what people's like triggers are, because some people are triggered by food, drinks, etc. Some people are triggered by like stress. I found that there's a couple things.
I walked in on that one.
Oh, we were talking.
Trigger warning.
No, not that. We're talking about my IC. But anyways, yeah. So mine is like a lot of stress related, unfortunately. And fortunately, I don't know. There's some things that like drinking. We were talking about drinking and how I don't because it hurts me. Um, it does hurt us, but yeah. Anyway, some of my triggers aren't at least currently very avoidable, but I'm working on it. We're working on it. Anyway, so these this week, as John said, I think earlier, are called Sunken Treasure. They have my absolute favorite color, which is this deep teal. And I do mean favorite, and like my glasses are that color. I have a bunch, like anytime I find things that are this color, it's like, yep, that's mine. It's my favorite. And then I did them with gold plate because I thought that that would be gorgeous together. So these are some of the ones.
Never gonna focus.
That's right. what's this one? Yay, this one. Okay, I'm over here. Anyways, so yeah, John's been turning these, and I have been, here we go, sanding, and they're amazing. They look even better sanded, as most things do, really, but it shows off this like, it's this like sparkly teal to purple kind of color shift. We've got our metallic gold. We've got our gold flake along with gold holographic. Different shape glitters that are the same I used in a recent honeybee colorway. But yeah, I really like these colors together, and I'm super happy with the way they turn out. Things don't always turn out exactly the way that I think they're going to, but these did, and so that's always really exciting. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out and listening to me chat for a while. I have to go in and pull winners for our giveaways. We've been doing a giveaway every week of a couple of our pens. One in our Facebook group, our private Facebook group is called Butterfly Effect Wears Diamond Painting Pens, and then one on Instagram. You can enter both. And yeah, those are open from Monday until Thursday. So I have to go in and choose those winners, put them into my little generator thing, and so those will be announced. Yeah, that's what we got going on, and I'm sure John's got coffee now, right, or water or whatever. Well, okay. Thank you. I loved my trip, but I was really ready to come home. I missed the kids. I missed John. I was just wanting to be home, and we're going out of town here in another like week and a half to 2 weeks, and that's a little overwhelming, but I'm excited about that. That is the sit on the beach and relax vacation. So with my family, and I'm excited about that. But yeah, thank you. Come on.
I put in the description that the sandy beach has been such a interesting one because that's when we go on spring break, and we've been doing
not spring break, summer break.
Summer break when we go to the beach trip, and you've been doing that for like 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah.
And it's the same colorway
every year at the same week, every year, same color, same week. However, and obviously it's been like a little different every year because blanks just turn out different every time I make them because they swirl differently and whatever else. And this year with the sandy beach, it's the same colors, but I did more translucent this year in the sandy beach blanks because they prior to this were pretty much just like mica colors, so they were solid throughout, and it's going to be kind of hard to tell, but it's pretty translucent here up at the top down to like the solid sand color. So they've got some of that sparkly shiny teal in them. So yeah, hopefully we've still got enough people that don't have sandy beach and want them, and or would like other sizes and shapes and all that stuff. But it's been one that has worked well for us for years and has been a favorite, and I get asked every year to bring it back, so I'll keep doing that until people stop asking for it. But anyways, I am gonna go inside and pick those winners and announce them, and then I'll be back out sanding for a long time.
Just done.
No.
Almost.
Not all of it. Tomorrow's also my sanding day. See you guys later. Bye.
All right. Yes, we are glad she's home, safe from the trip as well. Oh, it was pretty nice. It was nice being quite a bit ahead, but that didn't last very long. So that's okay. That's all right. I don't know if you can read that back there, but it says today's the first day in forever that Abby said that I had a good idea. Now instead of writing the idea down, I wrote that down. So I don't really remember what the idea was now. So could have been a compliment, or it could have been like a next innovation sort of thing. Alright, good. We are good. Cool. We're gonna get back to it. I've done all the regular size here. I need to turn my phone on. Do not disturb. There we go. Good, good. Okay. Sorry. Trying to move this a little bit. There we go. Yeah. All right, Morty. There he is. Whoop, whoop. Oh, righty. Not you, not you. There we are. I've lost myself. Okay, now you're actually going to see. Yeah, you'll be able to see some of the other sandy beaches get from. I'll try to put those a little later though. I don't know how many people that we have that turn in here, but I've mentioned it a couple times, but I'll go ahead and say it again too. One of the cool things about the EasyWood tools carbide, like some of them, these carbides are so expensive, and the rate that I end up going through these are about, I don't know, 45 to 75 pins or so per carbide. But there is this, and this fits like perfectly on the carbide itself. So these are the 12 by 2.5 30 degree, and they work on the EasyWood tools. So I'll let you see that. EasyWood tools wouldn't like this, and if you are more familiar with the negative rake, it is not that, at least not yet, but keep an eye out because it might actually happen. Let's see. So the new ones that I got, I actually got, one of them is they're coated. You can see it, these are gold in, and these are the silver. One's titanium coated. So we'll see if these are even better. So I'm gonna ask how many we go through a month. Yeah. So oh, a month. I don't know. Maybe one. They last a really long time because I don't like my tools like super sharp. But these are all the things. I got 6, and there's 10 in each of them. And these are the ones that, you know, I'll sand or sharpen back up and eventually. But really, these, I think they're like $20, which comes out to about 2 per, and that's worth it. So I may have linked it before in a different thing, but you know, I'm not affiliated with it or anything. Just throwing that out there. I don't care what you do. Just saying that would be a cheaper way. And that's what we do. But I do have a diamond card that I use, or could use, because obviously I haven't. Very much at least. Okay. But yeah, so that's about 60, but you know, throughout the whole time I've been turning, so I never got rid of them. So they can last a long time. As long as I don't drop my tool as well. That'll happen sometimes, unfortunately, and then it creates like a little nick in the top. Not cool, not cool. But that's on me for leaving my tool there. I could bump it and then it just falls straight down, or tip down. This one's been hit a couple times as well, but I guess it's more resilient. Which is weird because I wouldn't think that would be the case with the diamond tool here. Yeah, Liz, are you getting all packed up and ready for it, or you got to still pack? That sounds awesome. So my buddy and I, we did a road trip. We left from New Mexico, where we were training, and then we went for a good long road trip. It ended up being about 5,000 miles. A lot of driving. And I think it was in about two weeks, 14 or 16, but something like that. And we were, you know, we weren't like rich or anything. We didn't make very much money at the time either, but we would ride and then just pull off the side of the highway um, in the in like desert area, desert slash deserted looking areas, and then yeah, the I guess worst thing that happened on our few days of camping like that was a cow was moving up on us, and we didn't know while we were sleeping at least. But we just heard a loud sound outside the tent, and then I don't care who you are. You hear something that's unfamiliar outside your tent, you are reluctant to open it. But yeah, it was a cow. But yeah. But we went, we did an out west trip that was a long drive. He had family in different places and out there, and it was pretty fun because there was like a lake. I think it was in Nebraska. Yeah, it was in Nebraska, and it had like a beach on it, which was really unlike anything that I'd seen before. Um, but yeah, it had like the sand and stuff like a beach would, but it was a lake, and so that was kind of the hangout spot. It's the only time I had ever been in a place like that. It's just pretty darn cool. You ready to rock? Heck yeah. That's awesome. All ready to go. Well, that sounds fun. Are you a chill camper or a busybody camper? I find that there's not too much in between. It seems like there's more one than the other. Some people like to constantly keep everything neat, tidy, flies gone, and everything, and then other people are like, let's go exploring. It's funny. Packing is easier. Yeah, I hear that. I'm pretty fortunate. Abby does pretty much all the packing for any of the trips. I mean, I pack my own, like, my bag kind of thing, but as far as, like, for any restaurant meals and anything, I guess formal occasion type of stuff, she will go ahead and take care of that, because I wouldn't be wearing what she would want me to wear, probably. Oh, nice. Kick back, fish, relax. I hear that. That's nice. No grandkids? All right. With the packer, right on. Just the dog. That's fun. That's fun. Love taking the dog. I've been trying to figure out how I can take one of my dogs on my motorcycle, and there's a motorcycle modification that you can get. It's kind of like a storage box, but it also comes all the way up to like the passenger stuff as well. And let's see, it is pretty expensive. It's like, I think it's around, for the dog size that I would need, it would be, I think, 2,000 or 2,500 or something like that. So, no, that won't happen for a while. But I don't think they would actually like it anyway. Let's see. Do I repeat the design? No. Well, sort of. It is a design that I made once, and then now it's like my template sort of thing. And then Abby will mark them for me, what shape she would like for them to be. And then the intent is to match it up every time. But yeah, I don't, that was actually one of my sticking points, like, how much variety do you want, or because each one I gotta get tested, or I wanted to test before, you know, bringing them online, I guess. But I've got a document here that's got all the numbers and shapes, so it's my reference basically. See, we got 41 different shapes that we do, and that's dependent on the different sizes and stuff. But yeah, good question. Overthinking is definitely one of my burdens to bear. I'll think a lot about some things, and obviously that doesn't lead to overly productive situations if you have to think about it every single time. I kind of just spent a decent amount of time on the first place coming up with the design and function and fit and how it fits on everything. And then now that's just kind of the general templates that I go off of. I'll still deviate here and there, but yeah. Did I ask you already if you were a turner? Did you tell me? I don't remember. Okay. You don't turn? Ah. Not much of a customer base. I don't know. I could tell you of a couple things that would probably be fruitful endeavors if you had the skills to do them. I mean, a part of why we don't branch out too much more is because it's hard to maintain what we already do. Well, not hard, right? It's just it would be in addition to what we already do. And so, with that, we have another thing that we're already doing. Always open to advice. I don't know what to give you advice about. I'm not sure what you're interested in. Is there something that you like really like doing? This might be an interesting take on it, but I do think that people will have the opportunity to pursue what is meaningful to them. I think they will be. I think that will end up being a direction that more people will start to pursue. Um, yeah. So that's my forecast. Yeah, I love turning as well. I loved it from like when I first did it. Like I've still got the very first project I did, and then the second project I did was this. There we go. It's a it's a cedar wand, and if you know much about cedar, you would know that that would have been a bad idea, because I also did it in line with the tree. Um, so it's got a lot of lines, lots of imperfections, but I even had to glue this because the seam was opening up. But yeah, and then my ending, I just had like a sandpaper thing where I was just like this, just trying to round it, but it's pretty non-concentric. I think that's the word for it. And this was my attempt for the back end of it. So, all right, just rub the pummel, I guess, something like that. It was fun. But yeah, it's been, shoot, I'd be spending 15 plus hours a day out in the workshop. And just testing the limits of the different tools that I use, and it was one of those things that I hyper focused on. Well, I guess it's kind of one of the perks that I have naturally, I guess. You can look at it as a curse or a perk, but if you're interested in something and you obsess about how to accomplish it because you really, really want to do whatever it is, well, that's kind of how I'm at this. If it's something that I want to do. I guess that's the caveat. It's not like why don't you just make yourself be interested in it? It doesn't work that way. Yeah. We all start somewhere. Yeah. But see, the interesting thing about, I guess, learning different skills in general is in a really short period of time, you can figure out how to do the majority of something without like, fully understanding what it is that you're actually doing. For example, if I said, here, hold this tool parallel and then just run it back and forth into a shape. While you could end up turning something like that, no doubt, it's like, what does that person really learn about the tools, about the material, or you can even identify whatever it is. So I think there's a lot of depth to be learned, and I think that gets bypassed a lot, especially with the way social media is. Because you look at it and you're like, I think I could do that. And sure enough, you can, because they break it down into small enough steps. But when you're on your own, it's like, okay, you did it. Now, go figure out how to do something else that's like it, or innovate on it, or repeat it on this, or something like that. So a little bit smaller. But yeah, it's also so I can actually just chat with the stream as well, why we have the shapes the way that we do. It means that she gets what she wants when it comes to what you're listing. Oh, I didn't finish my other thing that I was saying. I would spend like 12 to 15 hours in the garage, and I was doing that for a couple months actually. Because I had to figure out what it was that I was going to do. So when you have a fuse that's burning like that, you really put a lot of pressure on um, yeah. Like we didn't just start by I guess a lot of things were kind of iterations out of necessity. In this particular case, I would say that we had a few months to make this work well enough. Yeah, needed it to work well enough, and we were very fortunate to make some good decisions while getting started. Oh, and then Abby's got the, I'm kind of like the idea person. She's like the implementer of, well, the logistical ideas, we'll say. But yeah, we work in very different things, so. Very different, if you like, in the know of what it is that, what all this entails, I would say. I never make blanks. She always makes the blanks. She never turns, and I always turn. Kind of like that. You got very specific things that you do. People often like to ask, what's it like working with your spouse like that? Because they're toying with that particular idea, you know? Like, huh, can I do that with my spouse and my friend or my partner, and what's the relationship like? Stuff like that. So. I mean, it was a lot of sorting, we'll say. It was a lot of sorting and trying out different roles, and then finally getting to the point of now we both feel that our work is uh, about halvesies kind of thing, and but also on running all kinds of stuff at the same time and managing inventory. And there's a lot that goes on onto it, but um, you just got to keep moving forward and making sure that you don't make the same mistake twice. You know what I mean? So whatever it is that you want to do or try to do or whatever, just keep going towards what you think is best for it. On the other hand, if you try something that's like, I'd say that if you try something that's like really wazoo, just be ready for it not to work like you want it to. But on the other hand, maybe it's be the next best thing since sliced bread, or the best thing since sliced bread. Boom. Right. Let's see. I will be right back. Huh. Yeah. I'll be right back. Let's get some of those likes. Some likes. If you like me and you learned something, give me a thumbs up. I'll be right back. Alrighty, and we are back. Oh, sorry. Let's do that one. Check that view, eh? There we go. Sorry for the moving around thing. The cameras can't stay in the same position all the time. I would not be able to work in those conditions. But yeah, it would be better if I had somewhere it would be more repeatable, I would say. I think this is a pretty good view. Stuff's pretty out of the way. So, yeah. With the combination of the fan blowing and the dust collection getting clogged. It's not really sucking up too much. That right there. It's alright. We'll just have to get sanded down, you know. Should I zoom out a bit? Is that too close? Very nice. Look at that, sandy beach. Great colors, good depth too. Might not be able to see it because it's. Let's see. Let me get this. Not wet. But we'll show. We'll show. Here we go. Get some oil. There we go. Whoop. So turned and then cheated. I'm just kidding. I just used a little bit of oil. Oh! Is it oil or is it oil? I know some people got their own things. Sometimes it's oil or sometimes it's oil. But irregardless, it is a necessity. Oh, let's see. Depends on where you're from. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. But come on. Everybody's got their thing. It's oil. Oh. It's always been oil for me. Blast you, Prince Albert. Alright. Let's see. That alarm is dim. Kevin, what you work? Or not Kevin? Sorry, Sean. What you working on today? Just working on these dot dots. Done with all the regulars, which is the majority of them. Got like 7 or 8 more of these, and then something like that. And then we got the larges, which work our way through, and then I'll probably go backwards from there if I'm still turning at that point. as far as like size wise. Wonder if I should wear my apron. That was an experiment, and it went about the way that I thought it would. Uh, 12. 10. Has anybody seen that YouTube that was Masters of the Fountain Pen? Those Japanese makers over there. Pretty cool, man. I'd love to go there and plan on going into like a little workshop type of thing over there. So it's kind of weird trying to, because I started looking for like where to go to even begin to start finding a shop to go. Cause it's going to be a lot of things that are variables to try and make that happen. But I was just casually looking around and trying to find different shops where makers are doing their handcrafted pens there in Japan. I'd love to go to Japan at some point and then go check out the pen show there as well. Who knows? Maybe come back with some with some old school tools, or well, they're not even really that old school. It's just they made them specifically for what they're using them. So they have a unique threading tool that you can get. It's just that they had to make theirs specifically. So I was looking at those briefly, trying to see how they actually work. Because you can do them for boxes and stuff like that, but the ones that they use is a lot smaller. And then I don't know for sure if they're triple lead or not. I don't know how you would do that 3 different times, like evenly. So I don't know if it's single or not. I think as well that some single starts can be done if they're done with a relatively short tenon, for one, and two, if it kind of serves a purpose, you know. Single start, if you're going to do that, that's kind of like a way to make whatever it is that you're making line back up, and a triple lead will have 3 different positions for it to be stopped in, and then the opposite with one, or with the single start, it's just got that one. That's it. You just got to make sure that make sure you line it up for it to actually be that way. I've illustrated this before on a pen, I think. Oh yeah. Maybe not. Maybe not these, at least. Whatever. You get the point. Or if not, let me know. I shall proceed. I got 13. 1. What's crazy is that number 1, the 3 bumper here that I'm using, or that I'm about to do rather, for the micro, minis, and regulars, this used to be the only shape I did. And that was, I think, one of the things that helped us actually. Some good stuff right there, man. We just picked one, and we just did it until it was gonna work. So iron out what it is. If you want to shoot, that was the other thing I was thinking about, like handmade stuff. That we've been in it for a while, and it could potentially expedite other people's process. But there's also the other problem I have, I guess, with that is if you bypass some of those things, you won't really get those lessons learned, you know? Smileys. Thank you. Lots of smiles. But just thinking, like, I guess it's like rote learning, you know, where you just learn the answers to whatever it is, and that's good enough. Well, it's not. Because that'll work for a little bit, but that won't work forever. So, but then on the other hand, it's like, well, where do I start? Well, here's that other thing. Who knows? Where do you want to start? The best I can do is kind of tell you what you did, and we went full force, full force. Some people have I guess the mindset of there is no plan B when it comes to like your goals or whatever you're going through. It's like I have to do this. There's literally no other answer or anything. So like, there's no plan B. I mean, that was kind of how we were. It's like this has to work. It's not how. It's quite fortunate that it did. We have another business too. Yes. Yeah, but that one is let's see. If I had to say how that business was treated, it would be more like a serious hobby. Is kind of how it is treated, at least right now. So, but yeah, that's I guess how I would best explain that. It's a serious hobby. Like we travel around and do it because we love the community and stuff. So we go to pin shows and stuff like that, and enjoy hanging out with other people and talk to other nerds like us about what's your favorite ink, what's your favorite pen, what's your favorite this, and what do you like about it. And so it's a way to like um, let's see. Well, because it is a business trip, when we go to the different shows, it's kind of a way to kind of, you know, do business in other places, and then be able to, you know, do some stuff, some taxi stuff. I'm not a financial advisor, but yeah. I can't be the only one that also thinks fountain pens are going to have like a resurge. I believe that AI will make it so. Does anybody else? Can anybody else get behind that thought? That idea? It's kind of a thought I've got. It's not. It's like a working theory, I guess. But I do think it will come back. But then again, that could also be because my proximity to that stuff and maybe a little bias as well. So I don't know. Who knows, man? But yeah, we make fountain pens just because we like making them and like sharing our craft with other people and yeah. And then hang out with other people, exchange ideas and stuff like that. Yeah, you think so too, Liz? Nice. Yeah, I think so, and I think it's a good thing. I was watching a video yesterday, and it was kind of talking about the different things as far as AI goes. It's like AI has got to have all these different models, but models are after someone that's already done said work. They don't critically think or anything like that. But I think AI is pretty interesting still, but I don't really do too much with it. It's more like a I am aware of it. But yeah, I think it'll get to a point where people are going to kind of come back to wanting to communicate, be able to think and write down their thoughts in a coherent way, and or not. I don't know. Maybe they'll be pen pals or something like that. But yeah, I tend to ramble on about those things sometimes because I just like it. And I wouldn't just say fountain pens exclusively. I would also say stationery. Yeah, I would say stationery is having a good research. It's like not like it ever went away. It's just I think other people are getting more into that as well. But I'm not sure. What do I know? Everybody's got their predictions. Watches had a pretty big return, but very specific ones. And then, yeah. Yep. Stationary inks and those wax seals too, yeah. If you happen to buy a whole bunch of the wax seals, you can make handles for them. And you can also make them so that they are um, interchangeable. if you knew how to do that. So, pretty interesting thing that you could do when it comes to turning. I know most people aren't necessarily looking for ideas, but that's a pretty good one, I would say. But as with anything, you just kind of need to be in that wheelhouse and seeing whatever it is, and then yeah, hey. So Abby's over there getting some stuff ready for making blanks. I don't know if she's listening or not. I tried to get her to do blanks. Blanks on camera, that is. But it's a short clock, especially when it's warm out in the garage. So that's a good reason. Good reason. Don't want to get distracted. Oh, she's not even making blanks right now anymore. She's just getting colors out. What she's gonna do. Oh, maybe I should also point this out. On like the live area, but for some reason I can't break 3,000 hours of watch time. It's kind of weird. It's like my time falls off before it gets to that point. So I think I'm at like, well, not there. I'm not sure what I'm at now, but kind of. But I got some upcoming videos I think that'll do really well. If you're a pen maker, it'll definitely be one that you'll want to see, I would say, if you're getting started with making pens and stuff. So pretty happy about that one. some of the funny things that I see when it comes to the videos that I have made in the past, if they're like, especially the how I make bespoke or kitless pen, that video, it's got a lot of views. I think it's my most viewed video, which is really awesome. But I do like no talking in there. It's more like a visual explanation sort of thing, is the way to think of it. Like I'm just showing different steps that I do, but I think I'll go back and actually, well, that's what I actually did already, but I'll go back and work through it. So, anyway, just one of the things that I was working on over the not streaming days last week. So pretty excited about that. Let's see, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are you doing? Oh, the stationary pin sector is really taking off over in Japan. That's cool. Wouldn't believe it, the number of stores, huh? Wow, that is interesting. It's also really cool that you went over there. um, there was a base that I could have gone to in Okinawa, but never got stationed there. But that's really cool. And yes, thank you for your service and your sacrifice. It's kind of interesting, um, you know, appreciating families, because it didn't like immediately occur to me that, thanking the families too was worth it, but I think it is, because they do, when their loved one leaves, it is something that is felt, you know, even if it's a relatively short amount of time. It's one of those things where you do notice a difference in things, and then like, oh man, how are things going, and this and that. So it's like I say, the worrying, picking up this, I'm going to say slack, but picking up their responsibilities or whatever it was. So I like to appreciate the families of the military members as well. And then like, I don't know how far out this can be, or this is, but one of the things that I'd like to do is be able to work, or have the ability to host some turning events or training sessions for veterans that have idle hands and want to do something, want to learn, or want to just work with their hands and figure something out. Because I find this quite therapeutic and fulfilling and stuff like that. Not to get all too much, but yeah, it would be really cool to be able to have a place for that type of thing. Ah, absolutely, my pleasure. It was a great time. It just had to change. Hey Liz, what type of pins do you like? Do you like resin, wood, shape-wise, writing pins? But yeah, I guess right now when I'm streaming like this, it's more like a kind of like a production and chatting streaming. I don't know. I think it's cool to be able to watch the things that you get made. Whew, we worked through that one. You like them all? Right on. Um, very, very cool. What type of things do you turn, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, dang. Very cool. There's some hybrids. Good deal. What type of fountain pens are you making? Back to manual turning? Oh, yeah, for now. I do, everything that I do comes over back to this way. But yeah, I pretty much always do that. I do like the drilling on the metal lathe, and then I also true up the blank on the metal lathe. But most everything else, I bring it back over to the wood lathe and do all my shaping. Uh, I still can't get past I can't get past that step. I still have to have hands on, you know. So, but yeah, it's good to see you. Yeet. Basic repart, right on. Hey, no worries, no worries. Then, heck yeah. I don't know at what point you've seen my streams or what you watched or anything, but if that is the case, um, I have a Facebook group now that is pretty much exclusively for fountain pen makers. Um, yeah, and it's really for people that want to improve at various pin making stuff. So that's really the main focus of it. That's really cool. You've turned so many things. You need a CNC and just program the patterns. So it's funny you say that because yes, that is absolutely something that you could do. I don't think that a CNC would actually do very well for this particular case, but things that are more shaped like a regular fountain pen, yeah, I think that could be a fruitful endeavor if your focus was production. However, I don't know if I can do that because it just kind of takes away the handmade part of it, in my mind at least. Now I know that there's some great designers out there, and if you want to have any sort of volume, you either need to have multiple people that are doing the same thing, or you need to have a machine that can fulfill the other aspects of it. So it's kind of interesting thinking about it that way, because we've definitely thought about that, but it's not a right now thing, for one, and two, I think I would only do certain components with it, in which case I don't necessarily think that it would be worth buying, at least until I had a few more use cases. So, and the space. So there's a lot of other things that I gotta address before I even consider getting a CNC. But like I said, I think it just kind of is taking away some of my favorite part of it. Like if it was doing all the turning, well then it's not as fun to me. Um, so you just kind of gotta balance whatever it is, I guess. But yeah, in that particular group, I hope to have certain people, like specific people, that will be able to have um, like specific designing not instructions sessions, where we all just kind of get onto like a on a group chat kind of thing, and then just you know somebody has a project that they're trying to figure out, or they want to iterate on, or whatever it is. So having a very diverse variety of people that really like it will is kind of the purpose of it. So um, I kind of lost my train of thought there because I was thinking like, if you want to do production, like you just stamp out cookies. There's something to be said about that. That's not a bad thing. It's just it will start feeling like it is a mass production sort of thing, and you know that's kind of one of the handmade sort of things that people don't like. Yeah, yeah. Hand turning is very nice, very soothing, satisfying. As long as as long as your tool's running how you want it to. Sometimes it's not. I also don't find bowl turning super relaxing either. Um, I do have a video that I turned a stratified bowl on stream that I just finished up, um, but I was getting Abby's take on it before actually dropping it into the videos. But yeah, Sean, I know that was something that you were interested in as well, man. So that's kind of why I did that, so I can have a way for people to post the stuff that they want to see there, and you know, kind of have a clean slate for learning something. Having it make the sections while you turn other things. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that is pretty much the most cookie cutter thing. And I'm not saying that CNCing is bad. It's just with each one that you make, it's going to have a slight variation. It makes it feel like it's that handmade, and you're kind of getting the feel of what the person was going for when they made it, and or it makes for a good question to ask. What were you thinking when you made this? So, I mean, those are, I guess, kind of the deeper dive sort of things that I was that I would like to talk about, but um, just kind of rambling. It's not really a rambling on a live stream is not exactly the most coherent collection of thoughts. So it would be like we have a topic or something, and that's what we specifically go for and talk about. Um, but yeah. Yeah, the bowl wasn't the thing for you either. Yeah, I hear you. So let's see. I also I've done a stream where I use single start taps and dies um, for making a three-piece fountain pen. I'm by no means the best at fountain pen making. I don't think that at all. But I do have knowledge and experience after doing it for 5 years, and I think it would be interesting to share that type of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I was thinking about that. Um, there's something when I went to the Mid Atlantic Printers Expo, they were doing pins for vets, um, and so I kind of like that, where if we had like an accumulation of something, then we'd be able to um, have a project that we work on, and then donate to that, and then this is the like. I guess I should back up just a little bit and kind of say what my view of what a maverick is somebody that's doing things differently. Um, so that's kind of the frame of where I think of maverick when it comes to maverick pens. You're just doing something that's different, kind of doing your own thing, but uh, you often ask yourself, what do you ask yourself? Sorry, I said a few things. I forgot what it would have been. But yeah, I mean there's a lot of ideas that I'm still kicking around as far as like how it's going to be done, how it will be executed, how to organize. So I mean that's also why I'm hoping that we can have like a core group of people that are able to contribute in some form or fashion um, for some of those projects or the thing of the month or whatever it is. And I thought about this a while ago when I was just starting up with my wooden bespoke fountain pens that I was working on. That's lost a lot of steam. This is the last one that I did. It's called Catalogs, but I didn't get any further with that, so it's something I'll have to continue with. But the reason I even said that is because uh, I was thinking it'd be pretty cool to have like this is the type of wood that we're gonna do as a Mav crew, as people or pin makers, and this will be the like Purple Heart collection that are from all these different makers that you can kind of donate or fundraise or something like that. So there's different layers of logistics that would obviously have to be sorted and everything. But those are kind of like we call them 100-meter targets. But there's the 1-meter target, the 5-meter target, and so just having that. But what I'm doing right now is taking care of the first things first before being able to spend more time on that. And I think it would be quite fitting, and I think it would be quite fitting because a lot of people that make the pins aren't really, they're not doing it to make money as much. But the people that are like that, in my mind, that are trying to basically make something and then give it away, is kind of devaluing some of the people that are doing it as a business. So I was thinking one of the solutions could be along the lines of, if you're wanting to donate, why don't we accumulate some of the things that you want to donate and then raise money for a cause that we're all on board with, kind of thing. Um, so I don't know. That's a ways away because there's so much that I still have to figure out and learn about. And man, that even sounded long-winded for me. Sorry about that. But yeah, being able to talk through these types of things with other people is like a sounding board, and then having different elements of ownership for each person. And I mean, that's really how you create something with other people. Is they need to have uh, input and have some say so, or and it's just just kind of thinking about it like that. Uh, the idea makes good sense. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, and it's weird. The more often I say it, the kind of further I get as far as like bringing it to life. Because it's like I'm iterating on my idea that, and it's not just my idea, right? It already existed. It's just a way that I would be able to, I guess, kind of organize as well as um, create a place for people to do that if they wanted to. So, oh yeah, Sean, you'll be in it. Right on, dude. Appreciate that. Cool. Thank you. This one is looking really good. The blues, man, the blues. Here, we'll do it again. Let's see. All right, so this is just bamboo oil for bamboo. What the heck? What is it? Mineral oil. My goodness, I am sorry about that. That was painful. Mineral oil is what I was looking for. All right, so come on. So you can see it's like all shiny, but you know that's what it looks like right now, actually. Yeah, pretty cool. It's got some. It's interesting because you don't usually get some chatoyance effects from rods, at least not as much as you would from a square or blank. But this one does have some really good glinting in it from the chatoyance. So you can kind of see the flashes underneath. And that is one of the kind of things you can get lost in, you know? You're just looking at it and enjoying it. And matching it with what it is that you're going for. And hey, thank you, Vinny. Yes, thank you so much. Abby does some pretty good stuff. Yeah. What number was that? 12? 6. But yeah, I haven't figured out how it would go, because a part of me wants to be able to like send out whatever it is. That way, people that aren't able to, cover a kit or something, but they have the willingness to do it. So that's one of the things that I thought was really cool. So I can elaborate on that in particular, is where that idea kind of grew and developed too. And that was also at the Mid-Atlantic Printers Expo. I forgot his name, but Stadium Pin Blanks did a lot of work for that show. And one of the things that they did was raffle blanks. And they also raffled kits. So it was pretty darn cool. Where if you put a kit or a blank into the bucket, then you would get a ticket. So it's like you gotta put one in to potentially win them all. And then the person that won, I don't remember her name either, but she said for Turners to come meet up with her after the raffle was done, um, and then like get the address or something like that. But basically, she gave them away for people to turn for the veterans. So pretty darn cool. Now, also to be fair, there's a good chance people have more blanks than they need anyway, but it's not that one. But I love seeing those types of things, man. It restores, restorative, maintains the vision that still lots of good people. So. Now, hindsight, I probably should have pursued it a little more, but I didn't have a lot of space. I rode my motorcycle uh, to the show, and I didn't have room. I probably could have taken one or two, but I still have to add a couple more of the rules into the Facebook group. I had it on the Discord, um, but it's gonna have something to the effect of if you're going to criticize anybody's work, you should have like an issue, well, I call it the IDR format, where it's like the issue, discussion, recommendation kind of thing. And, you know, the first type of thing that comes to my mind is that, you know, some people have their preferences, right? A lot of people are going to have their preferences, and that's fine. If everybody made the same thing, it wouldn't be as appealing, would it? But there's going to be like different elements that I want to have so people know that if they do post pictures of their work, and if you wanted to say something about it, because it should be, you know, other people should be able to have inputs on your work if you're sending a picture out there, and just kind of understand it. Some people have their thoughts of what something should look like and whatnot, but you know, me, for example, it bothers me when I see really fat slimline kits that have the clips that are like sticking way out, like they don't even function as a clip. So it's things like that. It's like that doesn't really serve a functional purpose, and that was avoidable if you made the flip side a little flatter or something like that. So just have a specific format. That way people's feelings don't get hurt, and you use it as ways to grow and learn rather than, oh, you hurt my feelings kind of thing. And I'm not saying every group should be like that, by the way. And I think that a lot of people are doing their best, and that's good. But if you want to progress and, you know, get better or learn different ways of doing something, then you're going to need to have an open mind. Has it ever happened to anybody that they heard a lesson from a long time ago when they were a kid or like a young adult or something like that, and then there's like words of wisdom that pop out, and it doesn't make sense at the time, but then you think back on it, like, my goodness, that's what that meant. I don't have a good example of it off the top of my head, but I do recall that happening. And so then the other thing I was thinking about as far as that goes, and this is like, you know, maybe a 5 or 10 year plan. Just thinking about it, like, a lot of people like making stuff, right? I mean, I already kind of alluded to it, but a lot of people like making stuff, right? But some people will just constantly start accumulating it, and it won't even really see the light of day. So it would be a way to, you know, improve and find homes for things that you made that can be appreciated and stuff like that. That way you can continue your therapy. So, but yeah, just thinking, there's a lot of people that like to make things for other people, but they either feel like it's not good enough, or they're embarrassed, or whatever it is. I don't know. I guess I'm just rambling too much now. I'm gonna formulate my ideas a little better. Makes sense in my head, but putting them into words is another thing. Um, I mean, you know, it's also there's another like couple ideas that I've heard from different people that by themselves they are a pretty good idea, but how do you implement them in some cases? And that's that's one of the key things about it is like you can have fantastic ideas, but if you don't ever execute on them, you don't know if they're actually are good ideas. The amount of times I have to stop the lathe and look at what number it is embarrassing a little bit. Because I'll look at it, then I'll go do something else for a second, and then I'll forget what number it is. The other thing that that could potentially do is create, is be like, so I got asked if I knew of somebody that was able to do a certain thing, and then at the time I had only known of like one or two people that did that, but I didn't know them well, so I didn't know at what capacity they were able to do something like that. So the person that had asked me, I gave him that person's information, but like, imagine if we had an existing networking kind of thing where those people are just already accumulated. Like, I know that individuals are already out there doing their own thing, which is awesome, but what if there was like, they still continue to do their own thing, but this is like a hub for somebody that's like getting right into it and don't know necessarily what or who is still like making blanks, for example. They don't know who's still making like hybrid bespoke blanks. So you'd be able to look in this little thing, resource, I guess, and see who is able to do that or who's still doing that, or if there's a gap. Because I mean, that's also relevant too for some people. Like if you're just getting into casting and you like making hybrids and you're good at it, then that'll be kind of the go-to person, at least a starting point person, until you can progress, or until somebody else is able to do more volume. Then you have, you know, a backup if somebody was doing hybrids and then that kind of thing. But I'd say that the other important thing is, you know, kind of like the reviews in some way, where people that are making blanks, it's some people are uncertain whether those blanks would be good to turn or not, or they're like, are you using acrylic or are you using this or that? What kind of wood? I mean, everybody that's on Facebook knows that there's good wood distributors um, that have gone about it like the right way and all ethically sourced and everything. So it's kind of like, is there a list of that that exists? And if not, why not? So that's one of the million things that I think about. And then the other, or another, I should say, not the other, another, is certain materials, some of my fellow pen makers that that love vintage materials, and like the amount that he was willing to drop down on, not drop down in price, but the price he was wanting to pay or willing to pay for a material that's like forever old, like old Italian cellulose acetate, for example. It's rare because it doesn't well, it's not made anymore, for one, and two, it was supposed to be for a certain pen that never got produced, so they ended up getting all the blanks for it, but they never manufactured those particular pens. So it's kind of interesting from that point of view that you could run into some material like that. And then the premium of it also. Uh, Something else is pretty darn crazy, I'll say, about some of those materials is that the material, if you were to get it and make it into a pen, you could have devalued the material, which is kind of crazy to think about, because some people, for the material cost, it would be so expensive, and if you made a certain thing out of it, and um, and tried to charge like what would be required to get your money back, or 3 times your money back, whatever, uh, you wouldn't really be able to in the normal market type of thing. So it's like a combination of knowledge, elevating your skill, networking with people that are in the know of things like this, and that type of stuff. Anyway, a lot of random stuff being talked about today, huh? Whew. But here we are, turning diamond painting pins, turning, and still learning. Yeah. Ooh, or another thing like different kinds of services too, like like nib tuners. So when you're working with different nibmeisters, you can uh, end up building a working relationship if you have like the volume and consistency type of stuff. So some nibmeisters are hobbyists. Some of them, they sell pens as well as two nibs. But a lot of the nib meisters, they're busy the whole time at a pen show, and so it's a pretty interesting thing to get into as well. I've been playing around with nib meistering a little bit because there's different grinds, but as you know, grinding like titanium versus steel versus uh, what else is there? Steel, brass. I think I've seen brass. But yeah, it's just, and then gold. So titanium, gold, silver. Working on all those different things, it's like, oh my goodness. So, and then, learning specific things such as, like, what's the best what's the best nib to start a grind on. Like, if I was going to go buy a fountain pen that I knew that I wanted a nibmeister to work on, what size would be the best for them to receive to get the profile that you want for the nib. So, kind of interesting thinking about that too. You just got to know how to smooth it, at least first. Forgot, somebody said that. One of the other makers said that. That selling fountain pens, you should at least know how to smooth a nib. But I will say, I have not had very many, if any, issues with JoWo nibs. Yeah, I haven't had many, if any, issues with JoWo, except for the housing crack situation that happened, I think, a couple years ago now. I think there was an issue with the mold when they were doing the housing part. But it was thin, like along the seam, and it caused a crack. But it's been since resolved. But it was one of those things where it like happened like to everybody that bought pins that were Yovo or JoWo for a period of time. But see, that's the type of thing that we would, you know, have discussions about, and you know, from the looks of it, the instruments to tune nibs does not seem too crazy. If you've got like sandpaper, that would be a starting point. Having a pretty fine sandpaper like micro mesh, you use different grit to start off with, and just kind of working on it kind of thing. There's a lot of nibs that you can get that aren't JoWo, which are, you know, a little bit more expensive. You can get cheaper ones on Amazon or from different companies that you can start working on the shaping and profiling, if that was something that was interesting. Because when they go to shows, man, I'm telling you, they're busy. And they're really, really good to have at shows. Let's see. So for what it's worth, one of the nibmeisters told me that that JoWo out of the box is better, and then it takes a tune nicely. But Bach, on the other hand, doesn't start as nice, but after it's tuned, is better. Now, how true that is, I have yet to determine, but I digress. And then for diamond painting, we recently did the e-painters, tried out some of the e-painter, tried out an e-painter design that somebody's testing right now, actually. So we'll figure out how that goes. I think I want to make this narrower on the outside. There we go. Yeah, that way it's kind of like it's getting progressively. Ooh, can only do this on a quick one. Wouldn't work on a method. There we go. It's kind of like, I don't know, echelon. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah. But let's see. Liz, I don't know how far I got when I said I did the single start for bespoke pins, but if you get a 1/2 inch tap and die and a 3/8 tap and die, you can pretty much make whatever it is. And then the other thing is, if you wanted to use metric, you can get an M10 and you can also get an M13. Yeah. So generally speaking, you want it like 3 different the tenons, that is. So I go back and forth a lot from metric to imperial when when I make pins, and that's partially because that's just what I had actually. But yeah, that's how I learned it. I was using 1/2 inch and 3/8, and only had a wood lathe. So that and some determination and hours and hours of practice, problem solving, messing stuff up, doing it again. It can be a very defeating process because you spend a long time doing something and then you end up walking away with nothing because it just blows up on the lathe or something. It's like you do a little bit of turning and then it catches and then it breaks, and now you don't have enough material to repeat that particular thing. It just doesn't work right. 1/2 inch, 3/8. That's it. That's all you need. That's all you need. That and then an ink refill, and that's how you can make the 3-part pin. Yeah. Three-eighths goes into that. Yeah. That's it. But yeah, if you were interested in more fountain pen making stuff, definitely hit up that group that made the other day. It's pretty empty. It's pretty empty, but you know, I'm kind of being selective about who is going to be in there as well, because I have to make sure people are not like super sensitive. But yeah, 1/2 inch and 3/8. Now, the other thing about that is you'll need different drill bits. So if you have a tap and die that's 3/8 and then a 1/2 inch, you're good to go. The practice on threads, awesome. So if you have like cutoffs of material that you want to end up making fountain pens out of, I'd do that. Like when I'm figuring out, here I'll just show you. I keep my cutoffs for it, and I've actually gotten rid of quite a few, but I'll keep my cutoffs like this, and I'll just grab one and throw it into my lathe and then determine what I want to do as far as like the connection point or attachment point or threading or whatever it is. Because there is a guide for taps and dies, however, I find them not to be as accurate because plastic, you know, behaves differently than metal, and a lot of that is based off of metal and precise holes. So you got both of those in single start. Yeah, and I mean you can even at Harbor Freight. So Harbor Freight even has like the metric and imperial sizes, and you can get both of those for like I think $30, $36. So that'll give you tons and tons more than you could handle, really. As far as different designs, different shapes, structures, um, you know, you just have that general rule of thumb, that 3 millimeter difference, and then about 2 millimeter wall thickness. So if you kind of have that guide, then you'll be pretty good. But yeah, I'll have a video that's coming out. It's 6 parts. The first part is the preparation of like a bespoke blank. Took a while to do the video, so I hope that it will be enjoyed by many. But yeah, it's something to look forward to, I reckon. But it is geared for a JOWO number 6, and yeah. So it's JOWO number 6. Now, the other thing about it I will say is if you were able to do the JOWO 6 one, or it doesn't even have to be JOWO 6, right? Because you can just modify the section to be whatever you want it to be. So, yeah, I just got to voice over the specifics that I'm doing and try to not be long-winded. So, I basically already made the video, and each video is about 5 to 7 minutes. Although one video is about 15, but there's a lot of steps in it. But yeah, the videos are already done, so my voice recordings are gonna have to fit inside that. So that'll be fun. Hey, Barbie. Hey, sweetie. We say hey. Oh, there you go. You doing okay? You doing okay, Chop Dog? All right, bye-bye. Hey, good. I tried to make, the intent was to make it as simple and easy to learn as possible. So I have to really rein in my rein in some of my random thoughts and ideas throughout the thing. So I guess it was a different way for me to challenge myself on the YouTube video, because as far as lives go, I tend to elaborate a little farther than I might should. But yeah. Yeah, that was Luna, my Weimaraner. She's a big old baby. But yeah, like I mentioned before, that video that it's how I make a bespoke or kitless pen. Um, it's got like 12,000 views, which is pretty cool. And it's still probably one of my most viewed. So success leaves clues, right? So maybe everybody telling me this is what you need to do, dummy. So good tempered, yeah, they are. We have a German short-haired pointer as well, and what a funny little dog. Well, he's not that little, but what a funny breed of dog. They're so unlike any dog I've had before. Um, I had a Weimaraner before, and she's definitely got weird quirks that they'll eat like anything. Yeah. Let's see. One of the Weimaraner, she ate like hydrocortisone cream, like a half jar of it, like the bigger tub type of thing, like like a triple E, like this big. She like ate half of the hydrocortisone cream. But yeah, she very much a baby. And just so we can come full circle with that, she's fine. She didn't have any problem. Weimaraners typically don't, it seems. They just have a bad stomach ache, and then the next day they're fine again. I don't know what it is about them. They got lead bellies. Whoop. Now we about took a tumble. Gut. Yeah. My gut or her gut? I'm just kidding. Even if it was me, that's still okay. Is that a... Yes. Ah! Sorry. Michael jumped in here, dude. What's up, man? How you doing, Mike? You haven't turned your lathe on in a month and a half? Dang. Is it because you get your fix hanging out here? I don't need to turn. I watch him do all the turning. I need. That's crazy. Sorry, Liz. Well, yeah, I hope everybody's having a good Thursday. Good to see y'all. Oh, man. Dang, man. Sorry to hear that. Are you better now or still recovering or what? Oh. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, man, how you doing right now? Hopefully better. Always like improvement. Wow. That's crazy, man. Well, I'm glad you're doing all right. Or you've stabilized at least. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Did the uh, did the blood pressure change like from sitting to standing, or from laying down to sitting or standing? It's orthostatic hypotension, if that is the case. And then you got to get your BP up a little bit. Sometimes that means you got to have more volume in your circulatory system, but a medication could have also been the cause. Who knows? Yep. Let me answer this call right quick. Hello? What? I don't know. Here. Sorry, let me put the mic down for just a moment. All right. Sorry about that. Let's see. Let me get this back on my glasses here. Let's see. Hey, you got your new 3D printer working? Right on. Oh, oh man, just took you out like that. That's crazy. Sorry to hear that. That's good. You got your printer going again. Getting that set up. What type of stuff are you printing? Oh, there we go. The lag was real with that one. That is a bummer about that software, though. Golly. So the printer's like amazing, but the software not so much. Would you say it's because of because of the software itself, or like the user interface, or what is it about that? Just wondering. I don't have one or anything. Just curious. Right on. Liz, I hope you have a wonderful weekend as well. Stay safe out there and have a good time. Catch some fish. There we go. Ciao. I don't know if I've talked about this yet, but I don't think I have. Or if I did, it was brief on on one of my other streams, I guess. But man, so my kid, my youngest, she had a birthday party at a roller rink, and we're like, "You really want to go?" And sure enough, she's like, "Yeah, I want to go." And she didn't know how, and so they tried to give her that little triangle thing, and they said, "Nope, you are going to learn how to do it. You will fall. Just keep falling. He's a good teacher." And and then there was a dad that was like trying to give her the little triangular thing that they can hold on to and like support themselves on. I'm like, no, I want that. And I gave it to her. Anyways, when I had left to go ask about getting my own rental skates, and I ended up getting my own pair of skates, renting them there, and it's been a long time since I skated, but I suppose I'm stubborn. I still remember how to do stuff like that. But man, she kept like steering right in front of me. I'd hold her hand. Um, I'd hold her hand, and we eventually got it to where I was cruising, she was cruising, and then she's walking, just a little bit of rolling. It's like, yeah, we don't need this stupid triangle thing, man. What you need is a little bit of guidance. I'm not thinking about it too much. But it's kind of funny me telling somebody not to think so much. Anyway, I guess the reason I was telling that is because I ended up getting the dang roller skates, and then I was riding around or skating in circles. That's what it was. It was a roller rink, and then that dude was mean mugging me. And I was like, yeah, showed you. I got her skating without a triangle support thingy. I don't know. You don't teach a kid how to walk with crutches just so it can start learning how to walk. You don't start with tools and aids. You determine what it is that you need to accomplish in order to be able to do whatever it is. And then, like, she fell about 10 times, like, steering right in front of me, but only one time did we fall pretty good. I hurt my wrist. Yeah. So that's also why I took about a week off from turning. But I was also ahead, so it wasn't that big of a deal. So I had a good lead, so I was able to take some time off. Yes. Two, right? Yeah. Mm. I have to dig in there with the diamond tool a bit. A little bit of space. Make it a little bit more round too. That's nice. Yeah. Mm. Abby and I started watching a show. It's called Severance. Anybody anybody seen any of that? I think we're still on season 1, but it's like cliffhanger after cliffhanger. In a good way, though. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, it's a. I don't want to talk too much about it, I guess. Mess it up. I mean, not like I can really mess much up anyway, because there's still a lot. I don't know, because we haven't watched far enough. But supposedly it got renewed for a season 3, so it must have been pretty well received. That feels like it's turning faster now. Very nice, very nice. These have all been really easy to turn. Not much issue with anything, or chip out, or inclusions popping out, or anything like that. It's pretty easy. Alrighty, let's see. There we go. Alrighty, so gotta reset. Gonna be turning these. These are larges. They're about 6 inches. Yeah, 6 inches by 7/8. So, because get my vacuum cleaner up right quick before I swap the tool rest here. What in the world? There we go. Okay. Some of this, some of this. Oh. Just clean up a little bit, you know. Like cobwebs everywhere. All right. Come on now. Yeah. pick up the banjo. Take that off. Huh. So I think I tried using this tool rest like 2 weeks ago. I don't remember how I liked it when I was turning the larges. So we're about to find out again. This other one that I ended up getting is a nice tool rest, and it's got the steel bar on top. This one might be lead or cast iron, I mean. But yeah, sometimes you just got to get it and then play around a little bit. The other one is just too low or too high for the tools that I use. So one of the drawbacks, I suppose, of having a smaller lathe. 3/4 post. It's a better variety with the 1-inch, but you'd have to have a banjo that was receptive of the 1-inch tool post. This one is not that. Okay. That's it. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's see. Are we flat? For some reason, it looks like it's tilted down on this side, but it's hard to tell. So we're locked in. Everything's good. And boom. Cruising right along here. Oh, hey, how you doing? You are a turner as well? Nice. What is it that you turn? Hope you're doing well today. cool. Whoa. River. That's impressive. I wonder if we went to like the same training for that. Or if we're self-taught. You're from India. Hey, how cool. What do you usually turn? What do you call me? We call you Rama? Is that good? Or what would you like for me to call you? Rama. But yeah, River, we all got our specialties, I reckon. Okay. Right on. Brian, how you doing? Good to see you, man. It's been at least a week. I don't think I streamed last week at all. I am good indeed. Been getting settled back in, with Abby coming back from out west with her dad. And then working on 2 different sets at the same time, because we'll have to get ahead again. Been busy there? Right on. That's good, right? Whoop. Been busy there with work or bushing orders or what? A lot of people ordering bushings from you? I was working on a set of pens for a local place, a local store. Um, and I think that was my last stream, is working on a set of pens for a local store. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we're just seeing if that can be a good arrangement. But we'll have to see. Have to see. We were talking about Call of Duty last, I think. I was playing it, but I offloaded it from my computer. Taking up a lot of space. Yeah, busy as well, but good. Spent last week working on some YouTube projects. As well as a Facebook group, by the way. And a little earlier, I was actually talking about the Turner's Expo and how I liked how they did the raising money or donation of pins for troops. I was talking about that a little bit and how it's really cool. And that maybe I could get something like that together as well. Let's see. Okay. I think I might have asked you before, but I did find something that was like it, but it didn't have enough travel. So what I was thinking is that there's like a lever back here on the lathe that you can use it to pivot, and then it'll cause the quill to move forward and backwards. But making something for this, I don't know how to do that yet. Figure I would see if anybody else has heard of something like it or is familiar with something. Because that would be an attachment I would likely buy, depending on the travel it had. Because I was thinking like a drill press, but I'd still have to figure out how it's going to be held. Just trying to think about like either put jaws on a drill press that holds it centered, or put the little activator arm on a lathe. One of those. I think it would probably end up being like a custom tool because it's a pretty specific purpose, I think. Maybe not a big enough thing for lots of people to want that. I did find one that hooks into, or it goes into the Morse taper too, and it's got like a straight bar, and then it has a hinge that has travel in it, and then it's got the lever on it, and so you can move it, but I guess the travel is only an inch, and that's not good enough. I'd want like 2.5 to 3 inches of travel or something like that. Yeah. I even had a weird idea to try and put a drill on the back of the handle back here somehow. That way you just squeeze the drill and it advances the quill, and then you put it in reverse and it pulls it right back. It would. Yeah. So I think, for whatever reason, this is giving me a little vibrating on the left side there. Or because it's at a different, like it's tilted. Yeah, I've seen something like that before. I just don't remember like what it was called or anything. But it was a cool thing. Ooh. Or something else. Completely unrelated. Hey, take care, man. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you around. Have a good day. See you, man. See you next time. Let's see. Nice. Vibrating, stop it. It's gotta be the tool, right? Because they don't vibrate on the other side like that. Nice. No, didn't go yet. Alrighty. One of these says a captive ring, but I don't know if Abby really wants to do that. I don't know, man. Talk about this. we want this to end on that high point, as high as possible, to make the bumps as nice and pronounced as possible. And then we can also modify like the angle and the slants and stuff, so if it was more steep, then it would appear like it is a lot taller, and if it was elongated, it would make it have that appearance of not as thick. Also, when you're looking at the geometry of it, and looking at the slopes and the angles, and you're thinking about the grip position, and what part of the fingers are going to be actually gripping it, and how you anticipate the end user holding the pin. Kind of even try it out, see how you would hold it if it was you, or if you had to do it straight on. So it's kind of like the intent of the design here is for vertical use, and so this is where the the index finger is in the back here on the middle bump, and then your thumb and forefinger, able to hold it straight up and down, because a lot of people will go back and forth from their tray to straight up and down. There is a 45-degree angle tip that I don't think people care for that much, though. There's also the e-painter. That's a pretty cool thing that made something recently for that. Sorry about that. Some IRL stuff. 36 is what we've got here. Hey, how you doing? Haven't seen you before. Hope you're having a good day. Well, those of you that are still hanging out, I appreciate y'all. Well, real troopers. We still have a few more to go. Throwing out some appreciation. Everybody doing well today. Because the fins, I guess, on the beads are so deep, I suppose I could remedy that and just grind it down to be a little shorter. They actually spend a decent amount of time trying to get these back to round because we don't want them to be flat. They're supposed to be rings, not completely flat. I don't mind if they're a little bit flat. But I could potentially do that. You know, I guess worst case, it doesn't work how I wanted it to. And then I'd have to get another one. Or make it as best I could back to what it was before. But yeah, this is probably the most time-consuming part. Now, on the other hand, you kind of wonder if it would even be worth it, because when it does, you know, have a big chunk that it's taken out along the entirety of its surface area. Like this will go in, but it starts to get more and more resistance. But if I shorten the wing, would that remedy it? Or would it make it so it hits that and gets shaped and all grabs at the same time? I think that's what would happen. I guess you don't know until you try, huh? We'll wait until we're done using it, at least for this week. That way I can have a backup plan if it doesn't go as planned. Yeah, it's taken a while to get used to that point. I think we're good now. My goodness. It's taking a good while. I'll go about doing that anyways. I've got a grinder and a sander. I think sandering would be pretty good. Maybe take this a little bit more here. Yes. That's a little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit left. There we are. Hi. What we having? You only ask me this if you want my answer. It's always the same. Hey, are we doing a captive ring? Okay. We'll revisit that tomorrow. Alright. Alright, this is going to be a simple one, a nice little 4-bumper. Heck yeah. Woo. Okay. I know there are some people that have recasted these noodles here, but have you ever blended them into like a powder and then tried to use them as that again? Like maybe like a coffee grinder or something to do like a little sample. Never use it again for coffee, but I wonder what it would be like. It's like a little infinity loop hack, huh? It would only work on opaque things. Well, at least the noodles. But I wonder about the powder if you were to grind the noodles. these noodles. Boom. And because of this surface, I can tell that my carbide is ready to be rotated. And I can get one rotation in the carbide. So I can do like maybe 100 or so pens with one side of the carbide, assuming I don't drop it or anything. Normally I can just get about 100, and then you rotate it, and I can get about another 100. So pretty cool. Sure. Okay, I'm done. Are you done? All right, you want to turn Morty off? Do a little farewell. Or actually bid you adieu without further ado. What? I didn't hear a word you said.
I said I don't think I have to go anywhere tomorrow or anything to do, so I'll be here all day sanding and taking pictures and everything else. Ta-da! Hello. I was here earlier, but now I'm just here for the wrap up. Are these random ones?
No.
They're not. I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah, they are. I was trying stuff out.
We need to do customs at some point.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. This is the last of this week I've got.
Amazing.
And then I got the regulars and then the larges for next week, and then I'm done skis.
Sweet. This is.
And then I got the other shop and, you know, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome.
But yeah, that's about it. Appreciate everybody hanging out. I know there's a lot of people that came and stopped by. I appreciate you saying hey and everything.
Hey.
Hey. But yeah, like it. Anyway, so I had a good time. Hope you learned something. If not, that's okay too. Just leave me a thumbs up anyways if you had fun. But yeah, I hope to see you again next time, which might be tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see.
Bye.
Take care.